All right, let's call to order the North Smithfield Town Council meeting, June 5th, 2023. Madam Clerk, could you start us with the prayer and a pledge, please?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biergard?
Here.
Ms. Hamilton?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Here.
Mr. Ogier?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here. Our next item is open forum for non-agenda items only. Would anyone like to speak? Scott Walling.
Thank you for my chance to speak tonight. Scott Walling, 563 Greenville Road. I'm here again. I need some help here. This asphalt plant is just driving me nuts. Along with my neighbors, was experiencing the smell of asphalt. I don't blame the emissions on the plant itself, but something is different now because the trucks going by the house carrying the asphalt is the fumes I'm getting. So that's not his control, but it's a smell that I shouldn't be getting in the first place, because this asphalt plant is not in a zoning for that. So not only is it wrong, he might have a plant that's got the emissions that are correct with the DEM, but the trucks go by now. I can't sit in my yard without smelling asphalt. Goes away for 20 minutes, then the next batch comes by. Comes right through the house, around the house, in the backyard. Not everybody stays inside all day. I'm outside all the time. So I'm asking for some help here. I don't know which way we got to go here, but certainly just me coming every time and just complaining to you people, it's not the way to go. Something has to be done. I would appreciate if we do something. I don't know, is there anybody that can give me a start on what this town could do for this?
Scott, is that new as far as the truck? The place has been there for a little while, so is that new with the trucks having the odor as you go going by?
He says he's been producing asphalt from 2012, okay? I'm just home now. I'm retired. So maybe my neighbors don't know what we went through 28, 30 years ago. But this is just another extra expansion on that property. We stopped with the cement, when you got the cement. Well, because they mounted tires on it, it's considered portable. Got away with that one. Now it's asphalt, probably tires on that. I don't know, I haven't been over there. But if the town says no asphalt, it's not zoned for asphalt, and we got it. I wasn't home to witness what was going on. I am home now. Maybe the new neighbors don't understand, or they're okay with that. I'm not okay with it, and I'm never going to be okay with it. Unless someone can tell me, show me on paper, not just a permit was given. Because if DEM gave them a permit, if it was approved, and they went to DEM for the certification for that plant, okay, they're not going to go back and say, how did they get it? As long as they got something from North Smithfield saying that it's an emission-controlled facility, which I'm sure it is. But you got to put emissions on every truck going by? And now I'm educating my neighbors that are home. There's two maybe that were supposed to come tonight. I don't see them. But they're getting it now. What is that? What is that? So, but that's the neighbors that are home and witness this. So, it's just, it's aggravating when it shouldn't be there in the first place. And the other thing I'm going to address and ask tonight, and I'm going to ask the chief for help with this, we are in a drought situation soon. We're there now. He'll be hauling water there, one after the other, all day long, 7 days a week, like the past. If the city of Woonsocket sells water to North Smithfield, you can't water your grass. They ask you not to wash your car. How can this guy take tanker after tanker and they're taking our water in our area for profit, and we could potentially be low on our wells. We all have artesian wells. We don't have city water. So it's like, I don't know how he can just do that every day of the week, truck after truck. And he's probably going to start, we did address it before 7 o'clock. That's been good, okay? But it could be, oh, well, Ocean State Power needs water. Well, Ocean State Power should have figured that out, that they don't have city water in Burrville. So it's not North Smithfield's fault that they need water. It's not my neighbors, and it's certainly not myself. So, again, I'm going to ask that he doesn't haul water before 7. There shouldn't be an emergency on his part because he needs to service Ocean State Power, because it's coming. So, I don't know. I got 2 things here that really need to be addressed. And I've been coming since October for this, and we're nowhere closer than I was in October. Other than you guys are probably sick of hearing me. You know what I mean? And I hope that's not the case, because I'm speaking the truth of my neighborhood. And it doesn't change. Nothing changed. When you allowed to just keep doing whatever you want in this town, it gets to a point where he just does what he wants. There's no opposition. It's like there's all kinds of, we can't do this, we can't do that. Well, it's 30 years ago. We're still dealing with the same thing at my residence. He's pushing the limit on everything he does. And this little asphalt plant that starts off small, believe me, his intentions is to do 95 when they do at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Then we're going to have a real problem. I'm telling you, it's coming. But I need the town to do something here. I don't know, anybody that's lived in that area knows what goes on. There's a lot of people, unfortunately, a lot of people can't come to the meetings and won't come to the meetings. I don't know the answer, but I need some help here. So who's going to start it off and tell me what we're going to do? I'm going to put somebody on the spot. That's what I'd like to do.
All right, let's start with water.
What's that?
I would start with the water situation.
You would stop?
I would go for that.
Well,
I promise you, to me, because I think that's something where people can actually relate to. We are supposed to watch what we do, no waste, because this may not be a good summer all the way around, and we're going to have to conserve. Well, if we're conserving, they shouldn't be hauling. It defeats the purpose.
unfortunately, you're right. And the thing is, the neighbors that don't pay attention, when they turn that water on and there's no water, what happened? They don't know. A lot of people won't get involved. You know, I'm watching this. You can go up Route 7, and you can see a trail of water going, because they all go out Route 7,
Yeah.
and all those trucks leak. And anybody that, you know, if you notice things, snow plows, they don't run year-round. Water tankers, they don't run year-round. So those are the two most unsafe vehicles on our roads, okay? They're not maintained. They don't even stop at the corner on Route 7, whoever it is. It could be anybody that's hauling water. Those tankers are so old, they're heavy, they gotta make that corner. Anybody that uses that intersection there, see how dangerous it is, because they fly going north on Route 7. So they just continue to go up that. Very seldom do they stop. Or can they stop? That's the truth. So that's another agenda, and I want some help with that, because I believe that they're not running to inspection. So I would really appreciate some help, because we are in a drought situation right now, and it's going to get worse. And so, like I say, everybody around there, you're not going to know until there's no water, and then there's going to be a problem. So I'm telling you right now, I need some help. The neighborhood needs some help with both issues. I don't know, you know, anybody that wants to come to my house.
And I know where you live. I'll be
Yeah,
there.
anybody that wants to come in house and have a coffee with me in my backyard, here's the way it goes. They can't operate till 7, or shouldn't operate till 7.
That's right.
Okay? The asphalt companies, they show up at your house at 8 o'clock. They prepare your driveway for asphalt. 10, 11 o'clock now, here comes the asphalt smell. because they call ahead and say, I'm picking up 10 yards of asphalt, and here it goes. So average smell is about 10, 11, the rest of the day, depending on how busy it is. And the thicker the air, the humider it is, I have it more. It stays. It doesn't go away. So I'm inviting anybody that wants to come to my house and witness that what I witness. It's fair game, you know, and same with the water. The water doesn't go by me, but it goes the other way, but it's gonna affect my the groundwater. And I'm cautious as it is with my well, without them. You know, so, I mean, I would ask that I could get some help here.
Can I just ask you a quick question? The water, I'm a little confused. Is it coming from there, or is it going in?
No, it's coming out.
It's coming out.
Because Ocean State Power needs water
So
to
they have a
cool their
well?
plant.
They have a well?
No, that's another story. Because 30 years ago, when they blasted till this town let him get away with it for 3 years, he has a quarry that he hit water. So he's able to pump out of that. It's on his property. But it happened illegally in the first place. Follow me? I've already had DEM over there, and there's a Winnasatucket River that goes through that property. He's not, as far as I know, he's not sucking out of the river, out of that quarry, because he hit a spring. But tanker after tanker all day long, 7 days a week when it starts. So that's got to do something to our water table. I can't say that you'd be, no one here, if you don't understand an artesian well, that is definitely a problem. People put their water, you pay for city water, but you pretty much don't run out of water, ever. You'll pay, they'll ask you to conserve, but you will not run out. When you don't have any water, you're kind of in trouble, real trouble. So that's my presentation that I'd like. I don't want to be here another meeting saying the same thing. I want some help. That's what I'd like. Anything else? You want to make an appointment to come to my house, anybody? I'm serious. I would really love to have somebody come. I can give you whatever time.
I get up at 4:30, is that early enough?
Well, they shouldn't be operating at 7, but we can have coffee.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? All right, next item on agenda is presentation of citations for WRIGHT'S Dairy Farm and Bakery for 2023 Rhode Island Woman-Owned Small Business and 2023 New England Woman-Owned Small Business co-owners Ellen Puccetti, Jennifer Ann Roberts, and Elizabeth Dulude. You're the only one? That's okay. Did you want to go up to the podium? Yeah.
Do I have to say something?
No, if you want, I'll just read you the citation, put it on record. So Town of North Smithfield's official citation, be it known to all that on behalf of the people of North Smithfield, the Town Council and Town Administrator hereby present to Elizabeth Dulude, Jennifer Wright, and Ellen Puccetti, WRIGHT'S Dairy Farm co-owners, in recognition of achieving 2023 Rhode Island Woman-Owned Small Business, 2023 New England Women's-Owned Small Business, U.S. Small Business Administration. The entire community takes pride in the effort and dedication that is behind such an accomplishment by one of its citizens. And it's signed by the Town Council and the Town Administrator. So there's one for each of you, and then there's one that has all three of you, in case you want to hang that in the...
Nice. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. It's very nice to be recognized.
Miss Wright, Miss Wright, I'll always call you Miss Wright, what can I tell you? I look at you now, this young lady with her two sisters went through the system. We saw her as a child, a young girl, and then a woman. The three girls worked together. They were very generous to this town. And it's awful when you get my age, they say, oh God, she looks like her mother. It's a sad thing, isn't it? But I thank you all for what you've done and for your generosity to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next item, North Smithfield Town Council sitting as Board of License Commissioners. Discussion by council vote or other action on Class BV liquor license at Hercules Pizza located at 7 Main Street. Owner Aaron Andrews. Public hearing, and 2, discussion by council vote or other action. This item is actually going to be tabled to a future meeting dated August 21st.
Madam President, it's going to be continued to a date certain for both the public hearing and discussion on that date before you be advertising.
Okay.
I'd ask a motion to that effect.
Can I have a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on holiday sales and peddler/hawker license. 1, TNT Fireworks located at 7 Dowling Village Boulevard, Walmart, Virginia, Hightower. Is there anyone here for that tonight? Did you want to go up to the podium, please? Would you state your name, please, and address?
My name is Kent McLaughlin. Address is 53 Wadhams Avenue, Torrington, Connecticut.
So are you representing the applicant?
I'm representing TNT Fireworks.
And this is going to be right inside of Walmart,
In the Walmart parking lot,
in the parking lot?
as we did it last year, yes.
Okay.
You
And
should
Joanne-
have a copy of the site map and all that in your packet.
Joanne, everything's in order?
So it'll be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., is that what you're thinking approximately?
I believe those are the hours, yes.
And June 20th to July 5th?
The tent will be going up the week of the 19th, removed by 7/7, and the product will be arriving probably the 21st of June.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the licensing for TNT Fireworks, also known as Hightower Fireworks, and the holiday sales for 4th of July.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Phantom Fireworks located at 0 Victory Highway. It's a vacant lot next to Hometown Auto. Applicant Bill Williams.
Actually, Bill Maynard. Mr. Williams is in the office. I'm in the field.
Could you state your name and your address, please?
Sure, Bill Maynard, 2005 Medina Drive, Wixom, Michigan.
So are you here on behalf of the applicant Bill Williams or on Phantom?
On behalf of Phantom.
Now, Joanne, we're still pending some things on this application? Okay.
We are awaiting that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And also operation, hours of operation, we have down 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Correct.
Is that you?
Yep.
Okay, so we have to wait for that, or?
Do we know how long the BCI checks take, or?
Be tomorrow we'll get it in, but if you can approve it pending the receipt of the BCI check, then they don't have to come back and try to get seen before the 4th.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the business license for Phantom Fireworks to be at a vacant lot on 0 Victory Highway between the hours of 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. contingent upon an adequate BCI check.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you. You're all
Okay.
set.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is presentation of Budget Committee's proposed 2023-24 budget.
Hello, my name is Christine Early. I'm the chair of the North Smithfield Budget Committee. Do I need to give my address? No? Okay. I would like to acknowledge my fellow committee members. I have the vice chair, Joey Savini, secretary, David Dela Cruz, Bobby Bradford, and I don't believe Al Puccetti is here, but he's also on our committee. So we presented our budget to the town. The total amount of our proposed 2024 budget is $50,832,585. That represents a $2,417,884.73 increase over the prior year, or 4.99%. In our memo, we outlined kind of the main items that represent that increase. The first is the police department. The police department negotiated their contract last year, so there are increases in salary for both the police department as well as the fire department that also negotiated their contract last year. I will explain in a minute. We're also recommending a school resource officer for North Smithfield Elementary, which will go under the police department line item. In addition, under the fire department, they have asked for 2 additional firefighters, and I will go into more detail on that in just a minute, as well as generator. The highway department, we have a $253,893 increase for road repair, some professional services, and an increase in trash removal costs. The Parks and Recreation Department is asking for a laborer position and a custodian position part-time. The Parks and Rec is also asking for some capital, including another truck with plow and the tennis court refurbishment. In general government, the town council had approved a grant writer for this current year, and we also are recommending that continue into the following year. And an HR director position part-time for the town hall is also requested from the town council. In the school department increase is $897,345, of which some of that is state aid, an increase in state aid, as well as some ride reimbursable projects that they're working on. So those make up kind of the main bulk of the increases. Just going down in more detail, in terms of personnel cost, there are a number of new personnel changes. The hiring of a personnel director part-time would be is estimated to be about $35,000 a year. And this is considered to be necessary as town employees currently don't have an HR director in place. And a 12-month contracted grant writer would be $60,000. That would be about $5,000 a month estimated for the grant writer. The grant writer was hired this year on a 4-month basis, and going forward, it's expected they would help raise funds and support various capital improvement projects, including the school department, which I'll mention in just a moment. The fire department requested 2 additional personnel in order to staff an additional rescue vehicle. We spoke with the fire department. We agree that the hiring of 2 additional personnel would alleviate some of the coverage challenges the fire department regularly faces. But it was noted that with the difficulty that the fire department has had, they have 2 positions that they have to hire for currently, and they want to add 2 additional positions later. So as we discussed this as a budget committee, we thought it might make more sense to request half a year's funding for those 2 additional positions, because they're likely to go into place probably halfway through the year, not for a full entire year. So we recommended a budget increase of $108,000 for fiscal year '24 for that. Parks and Recreation Department is requesting 2 positions. The full-time laborer position, the Parks Department in the past has relied on seasonal workers. They have had a hard time hiring these seasonal workers over the last few years. And they said they have a full-time laborer, they have enough work for them to do for an entire year, so they're asking for that position. The part-time custodian, right now the town hall has a custodian in place. They have a contracted custodian service that they use, but according to town employees that we spoke to, they are not happy with the level of service that they're getting from this custodian, and they felt that hiring a custodian at 19 hours per week would cost about the same amount as this new custodian, as the contracted custodian service. So, but that would be under Parks and Recreation Department. Finally, the school resource officer at North Smithfield Elementary School in Camp Phoenix, in speaking with the town administrator and in light of unfortunate events that have occurred in the world, we feel that if we have SROs at the middle school and high school, it might make sense to have an SRO at the elementary school as well. So this would supplement those 2 school resource officers. Under the school department, so this is interesting, the school department presented an operating budget request with a 3.5% increase based on an initial amount of state funding of $6,511,029. And they got that number from last year. They were being very conservative, saying that if the state held funding flat, that they would require from the town a 3.5% increase to cover their budget expenditures for this year. However, they did provide us with a table that showed that if the state aid increased, the amount of appropriation from the town could decrease accordingly. And the latest amount that was provided by the state is $7,386,472. The school department notified us that at that amount, they would actually not have a 0% request of the town. So I think something got out there that we were not recommending that the school department have an increase in their budget, but we do agree with the 3.5% increase in their expenditures from last year to this year. It's just that we anticipate the state will be providing more of that rather than the town providing it. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that. We actually feel that if the state does provide, and Anthony provided me with the latest state budget aid allocations to the towns as of today, it is still set at $7,386,472. At that amount, the school department actually would potentially have a surplus of $120,751, which we feel could be used toward capital projects, because the school department has a significant number of capital projects that will be coming online in the next 5 years or so. The school committee reached out to the budget committee very late in our process. It was really to the point where we had already established our budget for the year, and they said, by the way, we have some additional capital needs and requests. And we looked at these, and so they would have requested an additional $585,000 in capital projects to be funded for fiscal year '24. We felt that there is a reserve at town for ride reimbursable projects, and we also feel that they will probably get from the state more money than they originally had estimated of, again, $120,751. So we felt that between those two, they could probably get through the more pressing needs that they have at this point. And what we do recommend is that I don't know if you call it a committee or some kind of task force, or just have the budget committee and the school department sit down throughout the year and go through their capital needs. They should also meet with the town grant writer, because some of the needs that they had listed on their list could probably be covered under grants. And I think the grant writer would actually help in that way. If we're going to be spending the money on the grant writer, we should try to get the full utilization of this grant writer. So if, for example, the grant writer says that they cannot cover the school department budget capital needs, then we need to consider a long-term plan for how these capital expenditures are going to be covered. We had a list of about $2.9 million in needs, including things like $1 million to repair the roof of the middle school in the next 5 years. And I'm not sure, as a budget committee, we were confused about that, not sure where that estimate was coming from. And we felt that we needed more information before recommending anything or making any decisions on that. Another example, they said that they needed a generator for the elementary school for $250,000. They needed $250,000 to replace a generator. We know from other town departments that the grant writer has been able to get them quite a bit of money toward generators. And whether 250,000 is the right amount or not, we don't know. We don't have any estimates or anything to go by on that. So we would love to work with the school department to try to figure out how to meet their capital needs, because we agree that the schools should be kept up. But it's just the dollars, we just have no backup for those. I'm sorry, I'm an auditor by training. I have a PhD in accounting and I teach auditing. So for me, I need evidence before I can recommend such large expenditures. So finally, there's 2 items that directly impact the schools but are not included in our allocation for the school. One would be the SRO at NSCS, which is actually under the police department. And we are also recommending a capital provision in the Parks and Recreation Department to rehab the tennis courts. The school department has apparently not been able to conduct some of their interscholastic tennis tournaments or even their matches using the tennis courts in the shape that they're in now. And there was a little bit of question as to whether that is a school department item or a town item, but technically the town does own those tennis courts. So we put that under Parks and Recreation, but we did feel the tennis courts do need to be upgraded. And then finally, we provided for pay increases for union employees to be consistent with their contracts, and recommended an across-the-board increase of 3.75% for non-union employees. We did discuss a lot in our committee meetings about remaining competitive and retaining the employees of the town that are so valuable to us, so they won't seek employment elsewhere. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Can I go real quick? So in the breakout, and it's nothing you guys did, but maybe Tony can provide us with additional details. So I know just from being on the budget committee as well that you guys have a line item for like professional services, and then there's a breakout of what goes into the professional services. And so it would be helpful, I think, for us to see that level of detail, just so we know like what is like, if a line item's like 100,000. Yeah.
Is there a particular, because several of the departments have professional services. And
I was just using it as an example, just so that at least I would like to see kind of what makes up that line item. But aside from that, no, I really liked the idea of studying the capital needs of the town as well. I think it's probably should expand beyond just the school committee and working with the school committee. I think we should probably utilize the budget committee more throughout the year, at least quarterly. I know by charter they can meet. They don't need to just meet January to June. So I think that is a really good idea, and I think we should utilize it. But no, just the line item breakout would be helpful.
If you go far enough into, I'm not sure exactly where you're referring to, but there is a detailed version. So there's the revenue, there's the expenditures, and there's the detail expenditures. It's kind of basically just a repeat of everything, just more detailed on everything that we have for the town.
It must have not been in my packet. I have the detail, but like,
I know what you're talking about.
it's like salaries for planning, 200,000. Like I know that's the planner and the assistant planner, but I know that copy exists which shows that breakout.
That's what we use when we.
Yeah, I just like to see it. That's all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll make sure that gets provided.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
that's
you.
what we've always been
Yeah,
presented.
it would be good to have.
Go ahead.
Oh, so I just have a couple of quick questions. So you
Sure.
mentioned the Parks and Rec department requesting 2 positions, the laborer, which makes sense, and then the part-time custodian. But you mentioned that it was a contractual services for town hall. So wouldn't it go into the town hall?
The custodian, and Anthony. So the custodian was the is a Parks and Rec, well, not a Parks and Rec employee at this point, but they requested it under their department.
Never know if this thing's on. So we currently have we have professional services with the town, through another service. The job that they're doing isn't suffice. It's still pretty dirty, and I'd like to stay in a pretty clean environment. Given that, Mr. Pendergast had the idea to hire a service directly, hire a person directly instead of hiring an outside service. This way, he could take the person to if he needed him elsewhere, he could also have that ability to do so. Or if he needed the person to do small handiwork, he could do that as well. I think the net increase between doing what we're doing now and then being hired under Mr. Pendergast was maybe, I think it was like $1,000, $2,000 difference. With that, we get better quality of work. We get a little bit more control of what the person's doing.
So buildings like Scouters Hall or something like that, they could
Right.
go and do.
Jump
Oh,
around.
okay, because
there.
that's what I was wondering.
So they
yeah,
wouldn't be
because-
limited to only doing
Okay.
services for the
All
town
right,
hall.
that's why, so that would.
It's a town hall service right now, but they wanted to expand that and
Expand it,
use
okay.
a town employee part-time to
Okay, that
do
makes
those
sense.
services.
All right, I was just curious as to
Yeah.
why it was under the auspices or the
Yeah.
Parks and Recs budget when it sounded like it was something for the town. Okay, that's one thing. And the reimbursement rate for the schools, that's still 35, 40? Do you remember what it is?
The rate,
The reimbursement rate, when there are.
oh, for ride
for
reimbursable
ride
projects?
reimbursement, Yeah.
It's, yeah.
Is it up to 40?
Right?
Okay.
40%, yep.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Christine, I just want to thank you and your committee, because I know it's a lot of work, but
Great
thank
job.
you. Also, the SRO, so would it, for Camp Phoenix, would that just be, so would it be one of the SROs from the school year that would go to the camp?
Yes.
Or how would they?
Yes, that's the idea. So I guess what happens now with and Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the SROs that work during the school year then get deployed to the police department to do various other details or other things during the summer. And so this SRO would be at the elementary school, and then one of the SROs would be deployed to Camp Phoenix.
And that would be full-time at Camp Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to echo my fellow councilors about looking at the overall needs for capital. And, some of these things like we've looked at, and I think you're probably going to say it, maybe I'll say it before you, is the generators and how there are grants available for that,
Right.
right? And- Yeah, I did. No, I'm only kidding. But, to utilize things that we can to offset some of those and.
Playground equipment, generators, all these things
Right.
are, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think we've had a real good handle on what the overall needs are, and then looking at a game plan to try to dissect what would be the best way to.
That's right.
To fund them, right? It doesn't always have to be taxpayer funded if we plan ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
So just a quick, if you might,
Sure.
to clarify. So you're saying that the school asked for a 3.5% increase,
Right.
and you're expected to get $7,386,472 from the
Right.
state. He said, if we get that, that more than covers the 3.5%?
Right, so what they said was, if we got 6.5 million, and given our expenditures, we would need the town to kick in another 3.5% over and above, so, of the allocation that the town puts in. But they provided us with a table actually showing, but if the state kicked in, instead of 6.5 million, if they kicked in 6.9 million, then it would be slightly less we would need from the town. And they got to this magic number of 7.3 million and said, if we got that amount, then we don't have a shortfall and we don't need an additional, we can level fund at the town level because we'll have everything we need from the state. The state is giving us quite a $885,000 increase over last year, according to the table that Anthony sent to me today. And not all towns in Rhode Island got that. Some towns got quite a bit less allocated to them this year. But I think it has to do with performance and
Right.
fiscal responsibility of our schools and things like that, that we're actually potentially facing an increase in that, which is great. And we just felt that that way, you know, it wouldn't have to, next year, we might not get that much allocation from the state. Maybe the town would have to kick in more money toward that.
And just one thing, what Paulette was saying is, on the fire department, we have the generators, but didn't we just approve a grant?
Yes, so there are some generators. So I guess we have to pay for them, and then we'll get the
Oh, okay.
grant money back.
Right.
So that would come in, I guess, as revenue in next year. But yes, they did get quite a few, actually, and they're down to, I think we're getting 2 generators for $11,000 in the end, after we got a reimbursement back.
That's great.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that maybe the school department with their generator could do something similar.
Right.
We just don't know. We didn't have enough time to figure that out.
Okay.
Any more questions for the budget committee?
No, but thank you again for everything.
welcome.
It's great presentation, the synopsis is wonderful, and we'll just drill down, you know,
Yeah.
for the next couple of weeks and look at different things. And if, I think we're satisfied now with the amount of detail, or do we need additional detail? Counselor Ozier?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I can work with what I have, but having the additional detail that I know gets accompanied with these documents is going to be helpful.
Good combination, yeah.
Yeah, I can share what I have currently to see if I'll send that to you guys tomorrow, or I can send it to you right now. But see if that suffices, and then just let me know. If not, I can try
I
and get.
think what DJ's asking for is the level of detail that we had
Yeah.
for each of the departments.
Right.
Yeah, the detailed version, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know it wasn't provided in this. I thought, I had assumed it was, because I didn't create it. But I'll get that to you guys for sure.
Yeah, no, that'll work. That'd be perfect.
could you also print out a copy?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Christine, one more question. So have you and the budget committee set up any meetings going forward to discuss any of these topics with other departments, like the school department?
No,
or-
we have not set
the
up any
planner?
at this
Okay.
point, but we can.
So will you continue working all year on the budget? Or, I mean, not all
Sure.
year.
Yeah, I'll speak for the rest of the committee.
You know,
No,
usually
so last year, what happened, last year we had the police and fire contract, we came back and met again to go over the police and fire contract and weigh in on those two. So as needed, the budget committee reconvenes.
Yeah.
We can work with Anthony and, other departments when they're
Yeah.
available.
Okay, that would be great.
And the grant writer would be helpful to
Yeah.
have present at those.
Definitely.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next item is old business discussion by council voter, other action on status/progress report on completion of specific items. The first one is the Municipal Building Review Task Force.
Good evening, members of the council. Quick update on the immediate improvements of the police station. It went out on BidNet today, this morning. The bids went out. There'll be a pre-bid meeting on June 13th. Bids will be open on June 27th at 2 PM. 72 hours prior to the bid opening will be the last RFI and addendums will be issued. And tentatively, we have scheduled a meeting for July 13th to review those bids with Tecton. Because once the bids come in, Tecton will review them for the town, and we'll meet with them on the 13th. So that's where we stand right now. Things are moving and happening, so.
Okay.
That's all I have for now.
All right.
We'll just wait and hear from hopefully we'll get our enabling legislation from the General Assembly, and we'll start working on that piece.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Vadney? All set, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is the 3 to 5 year forecast.
So everything is pretty much done with that. The last thing is, as we've talked about, is the depreciation of tangibles. As I was talking to Ms. Alves earlier, I had talked to Peter from Northeast, who had advised that he's very skeptical of doing the 5-year forecast within Northeast, the program that we use. So we're going to set up, I had sent Ms. Alves and Ms. Hamilton a email trying to set up a meeting with them so he can describe why it might not be ideal. The alternative is that we just use a historic data and build it out from there. Because the reason is, if we were to build the 5-year forecast through Northeast, we'd run the risk of having issues going forward in future years for taxing for tangibles. So,
Can I ask a quick question? Have you been in touch with Rhode Island Energy, formerly Narragansett Electric, to determine if they have any projects coming up, or if they're,
I have not. I can find out, but from talking with Jen, our so historically speaking, every year they've never gone down in tangibles assessment. They've only ever either stayed stagnant or gone up. So my assumption is that, I mean, it's National Grid. They're not going to just disappear. They're always going to have some type of tangible there to be used, and they're always going to be renewing what they already have. So I can reach out to them to see if there's any other big projects that they're going to be doing, just in case. But no matter what, it's always going to be slowly going up year over year for how much they're assessed at. So.
Okay, well, maybe we can have the assessor join us at that meeting so
Yeah.
that we can, because it doesn't make sense to me that the depreciation, that the assets don't depreciate over time.
They do,
Yeah.
so they do depreciate, it's just that they replace the things that get depreciated. It's just like the car, your car eventually dies off, you buy a new one. It's the same thing with all the other assets that they have. And then, that combined with the fact that of inflation that just continues to go up, how much those things are worth, those assets.
Okay, well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get in touch with them
Yeah.
anyway to see if they've got anything, in the next 3 to 5 years. I mean, they've already got their forecast, so,
Yeah.
but what they would be building in our town, or what poles they'll be replacing, or what types of things are going on.
Yeah, we can set up a meeting with them. I have no problem. I just have to figure out who,
Yeah.
so.
So I just have, I just have a quick question. So I know, Kim, you and I met with Tony, and now it sounds like Tony's meeting with Kim and Paulette on the 3 to 5. I just want to make sure it's different, because that's
It's-
starting to sound like a potential
Well, it's
meeting
whoever. It's
circulation.
Kim,
Oh,
you
yeah,
and
that's
Kim
true.
or Paulette and Kim.
That's
It
a
doesn't
good-
matter to me.
that's a
Yeah,
good point.
I just
Yeah.
want to make
I
sure
forgot
we're
you had met
doing
with them.
things above
Yeah.
board, that's all.
Yeah, it's whoever whoever wants to do it.
We'll
Yeah,
let
the
Mr.
tangible is a
Osha.
separate issue,
Keep it
but.
neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea, thanks.
Madam President? Since we're on the subject, could we move, just to keep on the subject, can we move new business E up to discuss at this moment, since we're already on talking to him?
Sure.
Tony, the question that I had, this goes down, if you look down at new business E, I reached out to you regarding some regarding some information, if you could get to us. I know it's one small piece of the puzzle, it's one small picture, but could you tell us what the situation is going to be going forward with bonds that are retiring? Because I know that there's a lot of questions, like we're going to be looking into, having a bond for a police station.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know, yeah, we're going to have a number, what that bond's going to increase taxes on.
Yeah.
But then there's also retiring bonds. So I'd like to know, as we go along, what the net difference is going to be.
So, coming from our bond representative, we had reached out to him, and he had said it would be about 1.3, let's just say 1.35 million debt service per year for an $18 million bond. That's with a 4.1% coupon rate.
4.5, you said?
4.1.
4.1.
He gave it to us with 4.4%, and it was going to be 1.25 million, but just, add a little fluff there. So let's just say 1.35 million is what the debt service would be. So looking at our current debt service of what we have, at the end of FY23, we will have a total of 1.23 million being retired of debt. So I can't say when the the $18 million bond would come through. My guesstimation would be that it probably, would probably have at least 1 year of an extra 1.35 million of debt service. And then the remainder of the debt service, the 1.23 million would drop off. So the net that we're looking at is just over 100,000 in costs for all of it, for all the debt service total. So I had, Mr. Vadney had done the same thing a couple weeks ago, but if I was to take that increase of the 1.325 million, a $200,000 house would be an increase, and again, this is just with very fluctuative rates.
$200,000?
A $200,000 house would cost an extra $107 per year. $300,000 house would cost $160, and $400,000 house would cost $214. That's just being based off of the town administrator's rates. Again, those aren't 100% accurate. It's just something we can go off of to throw spaghetti at a wall and hope it sticks. But that's essentially, at the end of FY26 is when a good amount of debt service will drop off. Until then, we don't really have much dropping off, maybe 60,000, but that's it.
So there'll be a time, you said, where there could be double payments,
Yeah, we'd have a pretty big payment
right?
for a year. We could, I was talking to Jerry Yen, she was saying that there could be a year where we could push it off a little bit, and then we would start the payments for the year of the new bond, the $18 million bond, and then go from there. But yeah, we would have a year of a lot of debt service.
And would you say 27 there's substantial, is that what you said?
So at the end of so fiscal year 26, at the end of that, we drop 1.23 million. So starting FY27, sorry, we'll be breaking even about 100,000.
So 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, so for the next 5 years, we'll have existing debt and additional debt of this particular bond.
Yeah, 4 years of if, say, we were to get the bond right now.
Right, which we
Right,
don't know.
4 years of 1.35 million per year, if we were to get it right now.
Well, yes, no, I mean, we won't actually have the debt of the bond. We can have the bond, but until we tap into it,
Correct.
we don't, the meter doesn't start running.
Correct.
So if they issued us the bond and we don't tap into it for another year, that's when the meter starts running.
Right, but worst case, devil's advocate,
Okay,
yeah.
4 years.
okay. Thank you.
So Tony, on that same analysis, that's the one where you said using the town administrator rates, it would be about 54 cents increase?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The email that because I had asked something similar, I guess, to what everybody in the world's asking.
Yeah.
Is you said that using the town administrator rates, assuming fiscal year 24, which I don't think we would draw on the bond until fiscal year 25.
Yeah,
but,
correct.
It would be about 54-cent increase to the resident.
Yeah, so we would see, let's just say a $400,000 home, we would look at about $214 a month increase.
And again, that's assuming the 18 million. Nowhere, just because the enabling legislation would say 18 million, that we're actually going to tap the full 18 million.
Correct.
We could decide not to use the furnish as much as the furnishment allows.
Right.
And we could go 12 million if that's what the construction cost is with everything else except new technology. So everyone's getting stuck on the 18 million, but that's your all-in ceiling. That is what you know is
And that's everything in
high
a vacuum.
inflation, high escalation, built-in
Yeah.
number.
Yeah.
So it's not, we're just going out and spending 18 million. It's, we have the ability to, because you go back and you look at Portsmouth, you go back, you look at other places, they've all gone over. So it's good to have a little bit of room, but it doesn't mean that we're going to spend it all. And as Ellen has said, once we get the final number and it gets passed, we could pass a resolution the next day that says, all right, it's 12 million, we're going to cap it at a certain dollar amount that allows for enough contingency based on whatever we consult with Tecton, et cetera. So 18 million is like your worst case scenario.
Exactly. Yep.
You know what, Doug, you made me think of a good point, too, that you brought up. If we get the money, all right, and then the project starts, we don't automatically start using, we only get the meter only runs on what we take out. So for that first year, we're not going to be like tapping into the whole 18 million, it's probably going to be several years before we actually write the final check. So the first year, it might only be a couple of million, then following a few million after that, and then,
Right.
so we're not going to be paying, we're not going to tap into the bond and all of a sudden be on the hook for the whole 18 million.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
whatever
I'm just playing devil's advocate of what this could look like, and like you said, we're not going to be using all of the money right away. And this is also basing it off of only 1 year's rates. And again, this is only basing it off of 1 year's rates that isn't fully accurate yet because it's not based off of the town council's budget. So it's a lot of like levels of fluff.
Okay.
Mr. Vadney, what would be the period of building, the estimated time?
Right now, the schedule that we've worked with Towne would be that if the bond is successful in November, the building actually wouldn't start. You wouldn't actually have a number for bidding until like June or July of 2024. Now, there's a number of things you can do. Tony should be aware of this. Paul's seen this before. You could do bond anticipation notes to pay as you go along. It's temporary borrowing until you do permanent financing, so then you can curb some of your costs. I'm pretty confident if you worked with FTM, they could help you to show you how to borrow this money to have the least impact on your tax rate as you go along. So there's a number of things you can do. Obviously, it's capped at 18. The new numbers that you're working with compared to what we were working with is because your tax rate's going down this year. There's a decrease in the tax rate, I believe. Not a lot, but a little bit. That's what's making the number go from 240 to 214. It's a little bit. But there are a number of things you can do to help offset that and mitigate some of that as you work to that point of permanent financing on it. The other way you could do it is you could borrow the money, and now it's earning interest and leave that interest in the project. But you're paying the note up earlier. And so I know that if you work with FTM, your financial advisors, they'll help you with your bond work, that you may be able to phase it in so that the impact is a lot less, that you get to that fourth year and you almost see no impact. So, but right now you wouldn't be touching the money for almost a year and a half.
Okay.
The numbers that we're working with are only financing the thing at the midpoint of construction. So you wouldn't start construction till next June or July, being successful in November. So it's out there. It's not coming next year. It would probably be the year after that. So you've got 10 of that 27 being reduced. And so that's why I say if you work with your finance advisors, there may be a way to work this thing in there, doing bond anticipation notes and other things to mitigate some of that issue.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. Could we bring in the financial advisor to a meeting to explain the process a little more? I know it's.
I could ask him.
At least ask,
from
or-
what I've heard, I have a little bit of experience with him, but I've heard awesome things about him.
Yeah, I mean-
and I could ask him.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
know we brought in Ellen, we
Yeah.
brought in auditors, like we bring in people. So if he's willing to, or she's willing to, then that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of the informational part of this whole project.
And the thing to remember is a lot of this is based on assumptions till we get to that point that we actually have hard numbers. Everything is an assumption. You know, the numbers we're dealing with now is an assumption of the tax rates and whatnot. So a lot of assumptions to be made, and they're based on no new growth, no new great expenses. It's just based on the picture today. That's the big assumption that we made.
Thank you. Any other questions on either of those two items? The next one is grants.
Madam President, nothing new to report on the grants, except for currently, we are in the public comment section. We've had posted to the Valley Breeze as well as town website the Bureau of Justice Assistance draft environmental assessment. They say there's really going to be not much of impact, if any, for the renovation of Maury Tower. So that's basically all we have to report this evening. So you can actually see that in the Valley Breeze, it's posted. And comment section is open for folks that want to make the comment to reach out to the Bureau of Justice Assistance.
Mr. Zelinski, could you provide, I know we had asked before, like a Excel spreadsheet just with the grants that are out there, and then if any new ones come up, will you add them, and then that way we can have updates each time?
Yeah, I can. This council meeting, like every other department, we're very short-staffed due to illnesses, prolonged illnesses, bereavement, and other reasons, but certainly we can do that.
Okay, that would be great for the next meeting. Thank you.
I have one quick question. Do we know if any RIDEM grants are out there? I know,
DEM?
yeah, I know there's like, it's either like open space or it's recreation or,
I think this is the year for open space for DEM. It's cyclical, it's every other year or something. I was talking to Mark Carullo. It's something we'll be looking into.
okay.
So we can also look at playground equipment, things of that.
That's what I was thinking for like
Yeah.
Pacheco and stuff like that.
But here again, is how much time does Mr. Carullo have? He's pretty much busy.
Anyone have any more questions on that one? For website?
I had just had a meeting with myself, Jerry Ann, and Mr. Ogier with Vertical 6. We had discussed, they actually just sent us another email just today, I'm pretty sure it was today, discussing the process of possibly updating our website to make it look a little better, make it easier to navigate through the website. They have the motto of touch things twice and you get to exactly where you want to be. So we want to set up a meeting again with him, the person who would be going through that process of telling what it would look like, the pricing, what they can provide us, what the differences would be. I just have waiting on him to set up a time for when we can set up a meeting again, and that's pretty much that.
Yeah, and so part of that process is also working with civic engagement. Is that Civic Plus? Is that the website we have?
Yep, Civic Plus.
You know, some communities out there, like you can click on and they have like a community engagement section, and you can see like project timelines, like you can pretty much see everything. So it looks like we haven't updated the infrastructure of the town's website in some years. So I think a first step is getting that to the newest version and then seeing where we can go from there to make it a little more organized and easy to navigate.
So I know we're very short-staffed in every department, but who would then be responsible for the maintenance of the information going on the website? Would that be Vertical 6?
Idealistically, we're hoping it would be them. I don't have 100%, I'm not 100% that that's the case, but we're hoping that what would happen is we would have information that we would want to put on there. We would give it to Vertical 6, they'd toss it on there. That'd be ideal. If not, we would have to go back to, I think prior it was Mr. Zelinski's assistant who was managing the website and putting things on the website.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case, that would be how it's done. But regardless, it's a website that's pretty intuitive. It has a nice user interface, so it's not too hard to do it. It's just the time aspect of doing it.
And part of that too was looking at potentially bringing it to a .gov instead of .com or .org.
Yeah, right now we're .org. All of our emails are .org.
Yeah,
we want
bringing it to it.
Yeah, we want to switch it to .gov so that it's a little bit more secure. That's also, right now we have Vertical 6 doing a lot for us right now, and that's one of the things on the list.
Did the budget committee have anything on that, or?
It's just a recommendation that I made to Antonina last year, and I thought we were going to do that last year. It's critical for our cybersecurity that we have a .gov.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments on website? New business, A, discussion by council vote or other action on renewal of contract with Coastline Employee Assistance Program, EAP. Mr. Sainaj?
So basically, we just re-up the contract that we have. Cost is still the same. As an update, we had approximately we had a total of 5 people use the employee assistance program. One of them complete, and we still have 4 using the program. So that's, just wanted to have it approved and let everyone know that it is being used. I think a 4th of them were our HR. Karen had done a referral to the employee assistance program, so 3 out of the 4 of them were used.
So there's no information in this packet anyway as to dollar amount for renewal. Is, the backup is the Blue Cross Blue Shield, HealthMate Coast to Coast. So there's nothing in here, so could you provide that next time?
Yeah, I can send that to you guys, yeah.
Yeah. And as long as we make sure that employees know that it's available, you know, it seems like a low number to have utilized it, and maybe they're unfamiliar or
Yeah.
uncomfortable or any of the unwords.
I'm not sure I'm not sure who does and doesn't know about it, but I know Karen has done references to people who had needed it. I think she, like I said, I think she had done 3 out of the 4, and then one of them was concluded already. So it is being utilized. Again, it's not my, I don't know who those people are. It's not my, you know.
No.
There are marketing pieces which are disseminated to every employee. It's a little card to tell them about it, hard copy. And the benefits payroll coordinator is readily available. Actually, 71% of the folks that went there were referred to them by Karen, speaking to them, saying, you know, this is available. I think pretty much every employee knows. It's not just health. It's not just stress issues. It's also financial. There's a lot of service with this organization.
Do we have posters and stuff up by the time clocks and in the break rooms and
No,
stuff?
but we can. But what was disseminated was a small, larger than a postcard to everybody.
All right, yeah, maybe if we could kind of look into getting some posters, see if the Coastline has anything, that they might have stuff that you can purchase from them, so that it kind of details out what they provide. And obviously, it will definitely let people know it's confidential and, you know, it's for their use, you know, it's a benefit they have, so.
The folks that use it are very complimentary. There is a location in Pawtucket, which makes it a lot more easier. The previous provider was down in Warwick, and it caused a little train. You know, Rhode Islanders, if it's more than 10 miles, it's a haul. But the organization does a great job. They also have one in Warwick as well. So they have a Pawtucket office and a Warwick office.
Okay. Is that it on that item? Okay. Discussion by council vote or other action on agreement by and between the State of Rhode Island Department of Transportation and the Town of North Smithfield, Town Administrator Zelinski, gratis transfer of streetlights facility, bill of sale agreement, and consent to transfer facilities.
Thank you, councilors. What you have in front of you is been a very long process. So what's before you tonight is to discuss and see if you want to sell all of our streetlights. Rhode Island Department of Transportation has 491 streetlights on the state roads that go through the town of North Smithfield. Prism, the company that's been facilitating this, has 490. They're off by 1. Your eyes will go out of your head because we drove on the streets and actually counted them about a year and a half ago physically. But we definitely would defer to RIDOT, and whatever the number comes up with would be the final number. So in essence, we may be off 5, we may be off 3, but we don't know. In essence, it's a tremendous amount of savings for the town.
How does it affect our contract with Prism?
Prism will be retained unless we come up with a new contract to discuss. Prism will be for all the town street lighting facilities.
Okay.
Or some other company. Prism at that time was the only game. We're going back to 2015, Paul, that I think you were the administrator at that time.
Yeah.
So it goes back a piece. New contract can always be negotiated for the best deal. Service.
So this is similar to what Johnston did, right? Johnston started this. when
They started
They
it.
forced the.
Yeah, I don't know of any town that's actually brought it to fruition and it's
Yeah.
transferred. There may be, I don't
Yeah.
know that. But Johnston started it, and it started on Route 295.
Right, exactly,
Yep.
yep. Okay. Are you comfortable with this?
I am, but I just want to make sure that we may be off a few streetlights here and there. And I would suggest to town council, we defer to RIDOT's inventory, because they have every one of their lights identified and numbered. So whatever that number would be, it would be the number.
So is that the 491, or,
Yeah, maybe.
oh, all right, they haven't confirmed it?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to go out. The last inventory they did, I believe, was in May of 2022. I don't know that other streetlights were added to state roads, but they will give us the final number.
So
I
are
bel-
we doing anything on this tonight, or we're?
You can,
approving
if, I'm going to defer to, do you mind giving us wording on that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Madam President, members of the council, this is, just to clarify, this is a program by DOT where if you own your own lights and you had updated them to LED, then the state offers to, you give them to the state for $1, and the state will pay for the upkeep and the expense of that lighting, because they're on a state highway from thereafter. That's what the deal is. So again, the count may be suspect. I would just make a motion I would ask the council to make a motion to approve any and all documents necessary to complete the transaction with the Department of Rhode Island Department of Transportation with regard to their program for the transfer of the streetlights and the assumption of all maintenance and cost of the lights and the electricity. They assume the entire cost of maintenance and paying the electricity. That's what but you had to own your lights, and you had to have the most modern, up-to-date LED. Some towns didn't have that, so they couldn't do it. So it's a very lucrative deal for the town because it's not paying for electricity anymore. And in this town, as you may recall, you actually purchased these lights by virtue of a grant. The town did not pay for those. There was a state grant through the Department of Energy, which was pursued and successfully achieved. So and then Prism obviously had been operating. And the contract with Prism is one in which we've reviewed. We'll no longer have any liability for Prism with regard to these lights.
Okay.
So PRISM goes away, right?
Prism goes as to these state lights.
Just state
as
roads,
to
but
state
not the
roads.
town ones, okay.
And there's no obligation or cost associated with terminating Prism's contract as it relates to those lights that we are transferring to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation.
Okay.
So I would ask that you do approve this, and with regard to the count of the light, to any and all lights as determined by DOT to be qualified for the assumption by DOT, because the numbers have changed. They were 448, they were 490, 491. But at the end of the day, any and all state lights that qualify under this program.
Do you know approximately what we do pay PRISM per light?
I don't know, but we can get that for you.
You mean,
Per
you don't
light
pay,
or total?
you pay Prism,
For, for
Prism you're
maintenance,
talking about?
yeah.
I wouldn't know that. Do you know that?
I mean, not off the top of your head, but I'm just
I can try and
wondering.
look it up right now. Just give me a minute.
Because that's obviously a savings in the budget that we probably didn't know about, right?
Right, but it's not broken down by state lights and town roads, it's a lump total.
Right.
So we'll have to extrapolate from there.
Okay. Huh?
Once we know the number.
Yeah,
Right.
right,
Mhm.
okay.
Did you want to, so according to, it looks like 523 was 3,440, 426 was 3,440. It never goes over 3,440. It ranges anywhere from 1,400 to 3,440. And separate item, but the EAP I found was 2,800, just as a side note.
Is that is that monthly or?
Yearly.
Yearly?
Yeah.
All right, well, then can I just say, so moved by what you said? Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Because you said a lot, and I don't remember already.
Precise,
Please.
that the town council moves to approve the the gratis transfer of streetlights to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation, the bill of, for $1, the bill of sale agreement, and the consent to transfer facilities. Those documents are all in front of you tonight. So there's 3 documents that DOT needs approved and then authorize the administrator to execute.
Contingent upon the accuracy of the number of lights to
Or
be
subject to,
determined.
right, subject to the final count of the lights.
Okay. So.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Yeah, so do you mind making a motion to authorize Council President?
I included that in the motion.
Yeah, it was included.
Yep, you should be all set. Thank you.
All right, next is discussion by council vote or other action on resolution for easement extension, RIDOT, Union Village Bridge Replacement Project. Mr. Carullo?
He's not here. I don't feel that he needs to be here. Basically, it's an extension of an easement for $1, so they can complete the work as we would refer to as the railroad bridge on Great Road. It's roughly 11,000 square feet and plus. So it did expire in '22, so for $1, we'll grant an easement to RIDOT. It's 11,337 square feet. At the end of this easement, the property's returned back to the town. Not that it leaves, it's just an easement. You have it in your packet with the pictures and, okay.
Yeah. Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the town of administrator to execute a temporary construction easement in conjunction with the replacement of the Union Village Bridge.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Next item, discussion by council vote or other action on resolution designating town-owned land, Plat 9, lots 163 and 165, and Plat 12, lots 2 through 6, 13, 13A, 181, and 256 as land protected in
Perpetuity.
Thank you. As open space, Mr.
Forever.
Soers.
And ever, amen.
Did you want
Would
to
you
go?
like to? Please.
Carol has minutes of our meetings that she's going
Minutes
to.
from our meeting in which we
Yeah.
supported this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Paul Stores, Sales Hill Road, and I'm here representing the North Smithfield Land Trust, as we are the sponsor of this resolution. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Swolensky for supporting this resolution, and Town Planner Carullo for researching and preparing it. I'd like to give some background on this property. In 2010, during my tenure as chairman of the Conservation Commission, I was contacted by a representative of the Philip Silva Estate inquiring if the CC and the town would be interested in a gift of 70 acres of undeveloped land in exchange for forgiveness of approximately $2,000 in back taxes. Sounded like a good deal to me. I met with Town Administrator Hamilton, Council VP Zorlinski, and Town Planner Erickson, and we all agreed that it was a win-win situation. But we did our due diligence and inspected the land physically. We looked for any kind of hazardous waste or pollution and found none. And of course, the attorneys looked to make sure that all the titles were clear. So the deal was made. So let me tell you now a little bit about the property itself and why we feel it needs some protection. In addition to being town property, it should be protected by an easement or a deed restriction, as this resolution calls for. This property consists of a pond, wetlands, and uplands bordering Route 146 and Greenville Road. and is part of a larger area known as Cedar Swamp. And that name goes back a couple of hundred years on maps. The pond is fed by a stream from Todd's Pond to the south, streams and runoff from Whortleberry Hill to the east, and from Woonsocket Hill to the west. The outflow of the pond runs north under Route 146 into Cherry Brook, and then that flows into the Blackstone River. The pond is shallow. As far as I can tell, there are no substantial fish populations, but it does provide habitat for a variety of water creatures, including green frogs, bullfrogs, painted turtles, snapping turtles, northern water snakes, muskrats, and beavers. It also serves as a resting place for migratory waterfowl, including Canada geese, black ducks, mallards, green-winged teal, and wood ducks. In the spring, wood ducks nest in the general area, and I have built and installed nesting boxes for them, which I maintain and monitor in cooperation with Rhode Island DEM. I've been doing that for 12 years. The uplands support the usual variety of wildlife, including deer, turkeys, foxes, coyotes, raccoons, squirrels, chipmunks, whatever. I have also seen fisher and bobcat tracks in the snow, and on one occasion, I actually saw a bobcat on the trail. In 2014, botanist Gary Plunkett performed a survey of trees and plants on the property. In addition to the usual oaks, maples, ash, pine, and cedar, ironwood, etc., he identified a large number of rare to our area chestnut oaks. Sounds like a contradiction in terms, but there is a chestnut oak. They're common from Maine to the Carolinas, but Gary said that in his 30-plus years of doing surveys for conservation purposes, he had never seen such a large concentration of chestnut oaks. So this property is an integral part of the Blackstone River watershed. It provides habitat for a substantial variety of wildlife, and it contains a large stand of a rare tree. The North Smithfield Land Trust mission is to promote the preservation of open space and the protection of natural resources. We believe this property should be protected in perpetuity and ask that you support this resolution. Thank you. Now, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'd also like to say that there's some other members of the Land Trust here this evening, and they may wish to speak if it would be all right. And I have the list of the survey done by Gary Plunkett. If you want to see that, I'd be happy to give this extra copy to you. And I have a topographic map of the area to confirm everything I said about the watershed. So there you go. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Mr. Soers, the one lot, the 202, why is that left out? Like, what's the difference with that piece?
202?
Yeah, 202.
Let me look.
It's like right on the corner.
Mike Rapco's? Is that Rapco's? Sandy,
202, 202.
tell him.
Oh,
across the
okay,
street.
yeah. That's not part of the property, believe it or not.
Okay.
That one piece, 012-202, I see it on this other map, is owned by Mr. Rapco.
Okay.
But there is a right-of-way across this property,
Yes.
in the deed, to get into this property. And the only other access is from Route 146 under the power lines. There's a gate and a road that was maintained by National Grid, but it's all overgrown now. Of course, when I was chair of the Conservation Commission, I made sure it was open.
You want to come back?
No, thank you, I've given my time.
And we appreciate that, Mr. Soers. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Did
Okay.
anyone else want to get up and speak?
I,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
No.
sorry. Paul,
Yes.
Okay.
Just stay here. Carol Ayala, I'm the treasurer of the Land Trust, and we're, of course, a conservation group concerned about that in town. And I guess the main point is that we just want to see that there's some mechanism in place to preserve this permanently, because as town councils come and go over the years, and our land trust members come and go over the years, the collective memory will forget that this was acquired as a conservation property. So we just want some mechanism in place that will permanently preserve this in town for the future as a conservation situation. And that's why we've stepped into this topic and tried to get something done to make it a permanent preserved conservation property.
Thank you.
I just have a question for the solicitor. Wouldn't an ordinance better achieve that goal than a resolution?
No, in this case, a resolution suffices. It only
Okay.
takes one act by the council,
Okay.
you know.
All right. Mr. Soers, I think this is a no-brainer, but are there any other areas in the town-owned land that you would like to do this as well?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there are. The reason I presented this at all a few months ago to Mr. Zwolenski was, there's a Rhode Island group, Rhode Island Land Trust Association, and I read in the newsletter that the town of Narragansett did propose that all town-owned property would be brought into a conservation easement in perpetuity. And that was my first approach to Mr. Zwolenski, but it got rather complex in that there were so many little pieces here, there, and everywhere. Some of them actually already had conservation easements, like Monica's Garden, because when we acquired that, when I was on the CC, we put a conservation easement on it. It was with a company called Aragol. It was Rick Nadeau's. I assume that that organization is still viable. I don't really know, but that one has a conservation easement if it is. There are other properties that probably should be brought under it, but it would have been a much more large project, if you will. And I thought it was more important to get this 70-acre piece with its diversity of wildlife and watershed and so forth done quickly, as quick as possible. And in the future, we probably should move ahead with other parcels.
Anyone have any more questions for Mr. Soers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion? Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution formally dedicating public property for use as a public park or for other conservation purposes as the public land trust for plots 9 lots, so for plat 9, lot 163 and 165, plat 12, lots 2 through 6, 13, 13A, 181, and 256 as land in perpetuity as open space.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is discussion by council vote or other action on presentation from URI. Lorraine, is she here?
No, so Lorraine, just right before this meeting, Gail had actually just told me that she was out sick today.
Okay.
So if anybody has any questions about we provided the memo that she presented to us on May 4th. And just the intent of this meeting was she was going to present what she had presented to us as the Water Supply Review Committee, and allow the council to ask questions if needed. The group is working towards bringing a ordinance back to the council. I imagine that would be sometime very soon. But we have been working with DEM, looking at their new state laws and how does the ordinance relate, bringing the language in line with current state laws and standards as well. Really trying to strike that balance between protection, development, et cetera, so.
So you're going to have this at a future meeting?
Yeah, Gail is also on the committee. Would she be willing to come back? Yeah, so we'll ask and bring her back.
Okay. So moving on to item G, discussion by council vote or other action on hiring a facilities manager to oversee all building and facility operations, including but not limited to the development and implementation of a maintenance management system, which is prevention, predictive, corrective, and routine maintenance aimed at controlling and reducing cost, overseeing repairs and renovations, assessing the quality of work performed, and ensuring all quality standards are met. That was with myself and Mr. Ogier.
Yeah, so, Madam President, feel free to chime in. I had approached, I approached Ms. Elves a while back about, potentially about the idea of looking to hire a facilities manager, or part-time facilities manager. You know, I think one thing that we can all agree upon is over the years, we've heard that, you know, we don't maintain the quality of our buildings. We just heard from the administrator tonight that, you know, people are really stretched thin. You know, a lot of people overworked. We don't maybe have enough resources. That's something I've also heard in the community. And I don't think it should ultimately fall on one person. You know, the schools have a facilities manager. They were able to keep up with their maintenance and routine maintenance. And this person would essentially be just that. They'd be walking the buildings. They'd be looking at putting together budgets, costing out materials, looking for long-term improvements, short-term improvements. Managing the asset essentially that we have as our town buildings. You know, we have this building, which was just recently done, and we want to make sure that it stays up to date. And we also have, you know, whatever happens over at the police station, you know, whether it's repairs or new building, we're going to want to make sure that those dollars aren't wasted as well. And so I did include three different, in the packet, I did include a part-time position from Provincetown, Massachusetts, another position that was from Hanson, Massachusetts, and one from the city of Newport, which they actually just posted somebody. Some of the examples I'll just give is develops and maintains a multi-year capital improvement plan and maintenance program for all they have municipal and schools, so it's a little different, but they oversee construction projects. They oversee all property owned but leased to also private entities. Planning and scheduling and monitoring of maintenance repair requirements, appropriate preventative maintenance plans and proactive plans, custodial requirements, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be another resource in the DPW essentially to help with that.
Not to mention doing budget, you know, sessions every year where you can do a 5 to 10 plan on, you know, the capital works that need to be done in town and, you know, work from there rather than just trying to piecemeal it every year.
The other idea is that this position, when you look at it across other communities, both in the state and outside the state, they would also sit on boards like the MBRTF and others, and they'd be additional resource where they can kind of bring that, they can be that liaison between the town as well, to kind of help make sure that these things are moving forward, not just getting done, but then able to be maintained.
I have a few questions. Number one, how many buildings besides the school do we have in North Smithfield that we need this person for? How many? Would be this building? Am I
This
correct?
building, the police station,
In-
Scouters,
in
a memorial building.
The Old Town Hall.
Mhm.
So in essence, that's,
LOL, yeah.
well,
If we put something
that's in
there.
the, well, let's say four.
Still there, yeah.
You also have the town barn, the highway.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, yeah, that
barn.
was just
There's
the ones I
there's
thought
a
off the top of my
concession
head.
stand down at Hallowell as well,
Yeah,
utilities
Well,
stand.
well,
yeah. The dog,
Those are
yeah, the
little-
dog pound.
but you look at this town, we have a person that operates our schools now, really, make sure everything's, why can't a town as small as ours have one person to do that job for the buildings?
I was thinking the same thing.
So,
That's what's before you.
so so I just gave examples of what,
No, I
other-
just
yeah,
thought
but,
that-
yeah, you can see that, like, Newport, the one,
Yeah.
they share it, and so it doesn't have to be, we go out and hire somebody, like, I think,
And I think we have someone now that has done this in another city with like 26 or 28. And he's been with us for a while, he's a very competent man. And we may make it a little more, it's paid more lucrative, but in a way, as far as all the spiffs that go with it, we're only doing it for one person instead of two. And if we can hire within a town, and the person is very competent, you know, people probably won't even want it, but, I just like to see, one, our town is not that big that you'd need 2 people. And the size, as compared to other cities and towns, the buildings themselves aren't that grand as far as size is concerned. And we know what we have.
Well, I think it's always good when we can share, you know, whether it's finance or maintenance or snow plowing or, you know, whatever the things. We have such a small town that it isn't always in our best interest to hire 2 separate people to do a similar role. And it could be tried, and if it's overwhelming, there aren't, you know, there are too many things to do, and it would require 2 people, then we'd know that. But maybe start small and add to that additional,
Just that he's
additionally, you know, some
proven in the
salary.
way the schools are kept up, the grounds of the school, maintenance, et cetera, and if there's people within the school that he can utilize instead of going to a private business out, he does. So, it might be, if he would consider this, to me, to our great advantage to get him. Only an idea?
I mean, this person already knows OSHA and, you know,
Oh, yes.
requirements
Everything.
already, so.
Yeah.
Don't forget, he comes out of Providence. If you don't know everything there, you'll never know
Yeah, I don't
anything.
know who he is, but
I'd just say,
concept.
President and Vice President, a great idea. I think it's something we should definitely look into, and I like, and Claire is just, I think you're right on. Having Mississippi, asking him to possibly take over that, there'd be nothing for him. And we really don't, not really, even Memorial, like Richard's pretty much got Memorial Town Hall under control. I don't think we really
That's
have
their
to worry
baby.
about that one, yeah.
Right.
So now you're really talking about this building and
Yep.
what?
I mean, you got Scouters, you got
Scouters,
the town barn, you got the police station,
Wow.
you got the animal shelter.
yeah, so,
28 schools or something, you know, it's
Is
simple.
that it? Town hall.
Town hall.
Well, I think if he's a professional, he would be the one to know if he can handle it, and if we
And
ask
I
him and
shared
if he
this
says-
with a few people.
oh, he
on
can handle it. The question is, does he
town.
want to handle it? You know?
Well,
Right, I mean,
he
Well,
wants,
this is-
that's another
Right.
thing.
I mean, here we are, like, you know, putting his name by
Right.
this, and we
Right.
haven't even
Right.
talked to
Well,
him.
I,
It's just-
I,
it would
I
need to
think
be
it, by doing so, to me, it's just a sign of respect for the man, what he's done for the man, and if there was something out there and if he'd be interested, I would absolutely put him first.
Mrs. Zelinski, you have anything on this, anything to add on this?
Mr. President, I was first made aware of this Thursday when I picked up the packet, so I gave it some thought today. I spoke with Councilman Ozier yesterday about it, excuse me, Friday. We have a staff member who was elevated to foreman, was a truck driver. I think everybody knows, but I won't mention his name. He sat in town hall and took courses to become a building operator certified, and that's an organization out of Seattle, Washington. He was here a couple days a week for hours studying, taking the tests. So he has a theory background in this, but he also brings practical hands-on experience as well. So Ray's not here tonight. Something we might want to bring him into this conversation, because from reading the examples that Councilman Ozier gave us, they report to the Director of Public Works. So I think this conversation should continue with the Director of Public Works and see what we can come up with as far as, I think we have talent in-house, but right now, the director's shorthanded as is by a couple of employees. So this individual is kind of doing everything, story throughout town. So I think, if I may suggest that you continue this conversation with the director and council people and see where it goes.
Yeah, I agree. I think this was just to kind of have, like, as we're entering budget season, to kind of have like a preliminary, keep the conversation moving. And some of the examples too, like some of these resources, they have like engineering experience or at least 10 years of experience in the field. And I agree. I think if we have talent in-house, we should utilize it. Maybe if, Mr. CP's willing to, maybe we also utilize somebody in the town. It shouldn't just all fall on one person as well. But yeah, just to kind of get the conversation started as we entered in the budget season.
Well, I think the job itself is essential.
It's needed. Yeah, it's much needed.
Yeah, so good work on getting that.
Yeah, I agree. And Doug, I think you should put it on the agenda to roll it over so it doesn't get lost, and roll it over for a couple of weeks from now, a couple of meetings from now to see how if we can get this discussion rolling on this.
Because we can always build on these, requirements too, and then have the meetings with the different people, because we'd have to post it regardless, right? So whether it's someone in-house or.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. Is it going to be a staff-appointed person, full-time? Is it going to be part-time? Is it going to be a union position? Those are the things we
Yeah,
can
that's what we
iron
have
out.
to
We can iron
we
them
have to
out.
still flush it out.
Good.
So you want to have it continue on the agenda
Yeah, let's
under
just-
the progress? Or-
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll do that.
Joanne, can you keep that on the weekly meetings?
We can talk about it more as it comes up.
Yeah. Anyone have anything else on that?
No, but good, I like it.
Next item is discussion by council vote action on moving town council packets to digital only. Mr. Ogier.
So I sponsored this, but it was in talking with the clerk. She was saying how, and she could chime in as if I miss anything, but how, the clerk's office has to print a lot of packets sometimes if there's new information that comes out, and sometimes it's after the first one gets printed. And so, I think we all have computers or laptops. And so the thought would be another way to save some money too is we just move to a digital packet, since everything has to be digitalized anyways for clerk base. And then if there were documents that were needed, like maps or ordinances or like things here and there, we could have them printed. Or on the off occasion we need an actual packet printed. It'd be more like one-off scenarios. It wouldn't be every time. So I just figured I'd bring it up.
I do too.
I'm a scribbler.
Yeah.
I tried.
It's a lot more efficient having just one.
But, oh.
Ocean says, when I may print out a budget for someone, and then the last day there's a change in it, so I have to reprint it all and then change it all. So the digital, and I have to send that back for the link to be changed also. It's just a lot of comparing, and it leaves more room for error when you have paper and packet, but talking to most clerks, I find that they've chosen just digital, and I was just kind of moving it along, but you're not ready. So, and if anyone wants to give up their paper, as mentioned before, feel free, and it's less packet, but whatever you choose to do. This is what.
Thank you. Does anybody want to give up their packet?
Not right now.
I pretty much use digital anyways, so I will probably be at some point, yes.
All right, the next
You're welcome.
one is discussion by council vote or other action on grant writer. Mr. Biragad.
Yeah, I asked for this Valley Breeze article to be put into our packets regarding the grant writer. I'll just read a couple of paragraphs from it. But since, talking about, the packets and digital, but since I reached out to Joanne and had her put this in, there has been another development that I want to share. But first, let me just read this real quick. This is a Valley Breeze article on May 31st, 2023 for the town of Cumberland Edition. In his budget address this year, Mayor Jeff Mutter gave special recognition to someone who has paid her own monthly retainer fee many times over since coming on board in 2019. Grant writer Lisa Andoja did it again, securing a $100,000 grant from Rhode Island Health and Educational Building Corp. for a new accessible playground at B.F. Norton Elementary School. Andoja, said Mutter on Tuesday, has brought in more than $5 million since her arrival, allowing the town to complete projects that had been sitting dormant for decades and likely never would have been completed at the pace the town was going. This has been a no-brainer from the beginning, said Mutter, with none of the town's required matches for any grants to this point coming out of the general fund, but through open space funding and capital funds. So after reading that, I reached out to Ms. Andoja, and I said, hey, by the way, the RFP is completed. I hope to see your name, I hope to see you submitting your name. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reiterating what she said. I'm not looking to point fingers, but we have to come up with a solution. So this was her response. I'm going to respectfully decline, but appreciate the introduction you and Councilwoman O'Hara made. I felt I was the center of political crossfires. There was no synergy with one of the council members calling independently congressional offices seeking more info. These inquiries should have been made directly to me, seeking more information during my 1-month tenure. Further, twice in 1 month, I attended 2 council meetings and did not return home until after 11:15. A grant consultant takes the lead to keep the town manager and town council informed. Status of secured grants, required matches, seeks input regarding town council's development priorities to seek funding. Corroborates with town manager and town council to secure funding to implement projects. I am proud to have secured $2,410,000, $1 million Hallowell site preparation, and $1,410,000 for St. Paul Street water main extension. This funding is critical as it impacts residents with new water line to provide safe, regular public water. It will also increase water pressure for current customers. It would greatly assist North Smithfield Fire Department with suppression and fighting fires. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish my hometown only the best. Now, this is a problem because we kind of had, just talking to the Budget Committee tonight, we kind of had some hopes and dreams with the grant writer, and now that's out the window.
Never say never.
No, but I also think that there was no direction. There was, it all came on, and we didn't know what we were looking for. It was just like, go find something and come back to us. We have to be set up to succeed with something like this and know what projects we need. It seemed like we were just running around trying to secure any kind of grant that was possibly out there, and then it said, okay, go get it. And then, but we didn't have any process, like the plan, like we should be meeting with the planner, we should be meeting with the different departments, and none of that was happening. It just happened way too quick.
Right, and I'm not looking to
there was
point
no
fingers.
process.
I'm not looking to point fingers, but it was new. We were just getting off and running with it, and we could have developed these policies as we went along. There were some very important things coming our way. For instance, water up on 146. I don't know how the town's never going to pay, I think it's $10 or $12 million to put water up on 146. That's not going to happen now. So it's not only that we lose out on the $10 or $12 million, we lose out on the potential of, unknown potential of development that would have been tax revenue for this town for years. Open space. It's, the generators, all that stuff that we're talking about looking for a grant writer for. I don't think anybody's applied. And she was the one with the track record and the connections. And in 1 month, she did a pretty good job. And I think that we got to, like I said, I'm not looking to point fingers, but we got to come together and we got to figure this out, because a lot's not going to happen if we don't figure out what to do about a grant writer. We need a grant writer, but we need not just someone. We need someone that's going to be highly qualified as her. She's not interested right now, but we need someone that can at least match her qualifications. So we got to start reaching out to people, stop making phone calls, but something's got to be done. Because nothing's going to happen around here unless we get ourselves a good grant writer.
Has the RFP gone out? So the RFP has been posted?
We had one applicant accept, and of course, that has to remain sealed. We don't know the qualifications.
Right.
One.
Okay.
Mr. Administrator, I thought I saw on the website, but does that expire tomorrow, the RFP?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can extend it, can't we?
Oh, you can extend it, sure.
Like,
Yeah, the initial deadline.
Yeah, well, I think we'd have to abide by opening the grants and then we can extend it. The application, excuse me.
I was walking with Richard Keene. I invited Doug to join us. Richard, there's a piece of property, it's about 100 acres over, it's to the left of Rankin Path. And it's beautiful. It has created Indian mounds and everything, and it's 100 acres, but it's more than just 100 acres. It stops the development. They're looking to either sell it or continue the development of Rankin Path because it's connected to it. And those are the things we need to do in order to stop the sprawl that's gonna take place in the town and turn us into a Cumberland. You know, if we own that land, we could stop it. And then the other problem too, when I was up there, I realized, I was looking at the map, and there's a lot of landlocked pieces of land that are useless to people. But as soon as that's open to development, those landlocked pieces of land won't be landlocked anymore, and then they'll be able to develop them. Those are the things we need grant writers for, you know? And this is a big loss. I hope you realize this is a problem. There's a lot of things out there that I would have liked to have seen happen. We all would have liked to have seen happen in town. And I don't see how it's gonna get done now. We're not gonna start writing checks and going and taking out bonds, and nor should we. But this is a problem.
But now that we're waiting for these applicants and stuff, now is the time to start getting some ideas together of what kind of projects we would need grants on. Like, what are we looking for? Are we looking for more water? We're obviously looking for playground, open space, like, now's the time to start getting some sort of roadmap together of where we want to focus, so that when we have a grant writer, we're not just sending her out or him out and just going, you know, in no direction, just trying to pull grants in. So this is a time that we should be using to kind of know where we want to proceed.
Well, I see a grant writer as being like a two-pronged thing. And I think we discussed this before. One, exactly what you're saying. We have needs. We reach out to the grant writer. We tell them, hey, listen, we're looking to buy a piece of land, say 100 acres over near Rankin Path. Do you think you can find anything for open space? There's that. Then there's also stuff that we don't know about. And it would be nice for her, the grant writer, to reach out to us and say, hey, by the way, there's a grant out there for playgrounds. Oh, yeah, we didn't know about that, but yeah, definitely would like to see you put into that.
Right, yeah,
you know?
it's like you say, it's definitely two-pronged, but I think we're missing one of those prongs right now, like.
You're missing both.
Well, we had, you know, we can find someone to go out and just do what she was doing and run around looking for stuff, but I think we need to set the priorities too of what the town really needs too.
Yeah, and I think like the Budget Committee has been, you know, looking at a global approach to this, right? So they're looking at the fire department, they're looking at the school department, they're looking at the municipality in general. And I think taking all the needs, I think it would keep somebody pretty busy just looking at the things that are obvious to us, like even in this budget, right? Even if we didn't go outside of this budget, there are things that we can have a grant writer assist us with and reduce the amount of money that is going to be passed on to taxpayers. So, but I agree. I think right now, I'm not sure exactly if the Budget Committee hadn't come and said, you know, the school department's looking for $500,000 or $250,000 for some, you know, middle school or wherever it is, the generator, we wouldn't know that, right? But we should know that, so that we can go out and get a grant for it or apply for a grant or see what's available. So I think it's important to work collectively. I'm sorry.
I just hope that we didn't lose. I just hope there's somebody out there equally qualified, but I'm really skeptical. Just based on look at Smithfield, North Providence, Cumberland, Lincoln, Providence Water. They've all used her and been extremely successful with this individual, and I think we blew a good opportunity.
And Lisa grew up in this town. She went through the school system. Our parents still live here. When she and I spoke and talking, sometimes you go through and you know the system, you know the town, and she's saying, listen, we can use this. And she's knows different places, and she'll hear about the graphs more so because she's been in the business for 20 or plus years. And if you can't use it, but she knows this isn't a city, it's a town. And wants and needs are different. But the time she came here, she wasn't welcomed. She wasn't talked to. It was like talking down. It was sad.
This gentleman
Why, I
wants
don't
to
know.
speak. Budget Committee person wants to speak.
Christine.
So, how about a positive thought? It's my understanding that Senator Reid reached across the aisle the number of senators have signed into a potential rehabbing of fire stations throughout the country. I believe Lisa Murkowski, Republican out of Alaska, Senator Reid, Democrat out of Rhode Island. Contrary to what some people say, Senator Reid is on the Appropriations Committee. So with that in mind, with a good grant writer ready to do these type of things, we have fire stations that could use some help. Brian, can you jump in?
Definitely.
1950, that Station 1 was built.
1950, right? So these are the positive things we have to think about. We also have to think about someone that's going to have the ability to not worry about development coming to town, subdivisions, worrying about solar farms coming. They would focus on grants, to administer those grants, to make the reports for those grants. As many council people have said, what's out there that we don't know about? And that's why we need a grant writer. So, it's in the budget. We have a strong recommendation from the budget committee. Administrator had a recommendation for a grant writer as well. It's kind of the end of the year, but we still had $15,000 left in that budget from this year for grant writing, which we could expend. And that cost that was another hornet's nest, because according to purchasing rules and agreements of the town, the administrator has the right to spend up to $5,000 to hire. We had that meeting, we discussed it, we hired her for a month. So I just would strongly suggest that, I don't know, if we could, well, the application period ends tomorrow. So, we have one, we'll see how it works out.
Did you want to make a comment? You want to get up?
Is there a process in place already?
Can you just get up, because we won't be able to hear you on the, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Bobby Bradford, 50 Black Plain Road. My question is there a process in place right now if there's an item that the county council feels like they want to get a grant for? Is there a process in place?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's
all.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we've been talking, because now there's, if we have a grant writer here, there's no roadmap. It's just go out and get as much as you can and come back. So by having, like, right now, when we have this time while we're getting the applications,
Sure.
should be the time that maybe each department is getting 2 or 3 items that they are foreseeing down the road that, oh, this would be a good grant opportunity, you know?
So I guess I'm missing the pieces as to where she was brought on in the first place. Was it for specific items to begin with?
I can give you a quick history.
Well, I guess it was kind of,
Yeah.
we not really, well, yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
So the quick history is, just like this article, I read about her in a Valley Breeze article, unknown that Claire had already talked to this person months prior. But anyway, I reached out to her and I asked her if she'd be interested in coming before the council and possibly working for the town of North Smithfield. So I developed a little, a little back and forth with her.
Okay.
A little report, thank you. So then she called me back and she said, because I told her, first we got to go to the council, it's going to take time. Then she called me back and she said, listen, there's some really good grants available, but the deadline's coming up very quick.
Okay.
So that's how it got started.
Gotcha.
So then I went to the administrator and I said, listen, I reached out to this grant writer about coming. Anyway, she pointed out some very good grants, extend the water line on St. Paul Street, and $100,000 for the Hallowell. So I said, but there's a deadline. Is there anything we can do about it? So then we hired her for a month.
Okay.
And that's how we got to know. And then she was successful, but we never got the RFP going to get her back, to continue the contract.
And it sounds like we didn't think about putting something in place to even make that position viable going forward, right? So I think that was kind of the mistake we made at the beginning, bringing her on without something in place
Right.
to backfill.
Right, the initial,
forward.
correct, the initial
So
was
that's kind of
because-
frustrating. I can see why she left. It's kind of frustrating being that person in that position if there's no direction. So.
Right. Right, so we want to avoid that, right, no, that's a good analysis, it really is, but, yeah.
I just wanna ask that question,
So it would
Smithfield, about it.
benefit every department, right? Every
Absolutely.
single department has needs.
But I think that with the RP expiring tomorrow, I think that what the town needs to do first is put something in place first, so we don't waste the next person's time
Perfect.
and
Good
and
point.
our money.
And a last comment, some people thought $5,000
Thank
for a
you.
grant writer per month was much too expensive. It was brought up by people also.
I'm not gonna say that it was much too expensive, but here, she works for Cumberland for $4,000 a month. But, you know, this is why we have these, you know, we just need to get something going and have a process and know what we're looking for. And if there are those ones that pop up, great, come to the council and let us know. But not every one should be, you know, on the 12th hour, I need to submit by today, and there's not a council meeting till next week, and all the stuff that we had, you know, going, that just shouldn't happen. So I think we need to do it fresh start and do it right the first time, and that way we could probably be very successful at it. But I think we have to put some time into it and not just send someone out and say, there you go, have fun, and let us know.
That's not the way it happened.
Well, it did.
No, it
Because
didn't.
every
Did not.
single
not.
one, every single one was not at a council meeting. It was a phone call saying, this is expiring, we need an answer today. And
Well, that was a unique set of circumstances.
there was two.
It was
And
unique,
of the
though.
two, right,
So it was rushed.
so that's what I'm saying, let's do
$2.4
it.
million rushed. $1 million for Hallowell, 1.4 for Phase 2 of St. Paul Street. And if someone wishes to argue if it was willy-nilly or not a proper grant application, I take umbrage to that, because we had been discussing doing things at Hallowell, and we've been discussing that the 1.2 Phase 1 grant for St. Paul Street was not enough money. And Senator Reed graciously is considering another 1.4 million.
So Administrator, what would be the best method for all departments to provide their needs that could be utilized by a grant writer? So what mechanism, we're talking about putting a mechanism together. Do you have any ideas on the best way to do that? What department would do that? Should there be like a list, a template that goes out to departments and asking them, like the schools, the generator, like the fire department, the generator? I mean, they won't catch everything, but what do you think would be the best way to handle that?
I think that would be a start. I think the first start should be seriously treating, you are treating this seriously, but I think that the grant writer is paramount, because then we could sit with the grant writer and say, how have you approached this in other communities? Yes, we can go to DPW, we can go to the fire station, we can go to all of them. What is your wish list? But I have to tell you, you don't want to cause fatigue applying for $20,000 grants, We're going to go for something. Let's go for a $4 million multi-generational center. Let's go for $2.4 million for water lines. Let's go for a $20 million police station. That's what you do. You don't want to fatigue them out, because they have to contact every department for this information.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Instead of having them do it, can we start the ball rolling before someone comes on board and get a list and refine it so that we can determine what types of things might be eligible for grants, as opposed to doing it the other way around?
Can
You know
I,
what I mean?
can I chime in, Mr. Administrator, if it's okay? I feel like I'm in Groundhog's Day here, back to February and March. But I think the Budget Committee hit the nail on the head with this. I think utilizing the Budget Committee, I said it early on, I think we need to utilize them more often. I think there can be a process set up where, monthly or whatever, there's like a wish list or punch list or whatever you want to call it. The administrator can review it. It can get passed on to the Budget Committee. The council can weigh in on it. We can have joint meetings with the Budget Committee if needed. Let the Budget Committee look at it and say, okay, here's what the potential operating expenses of it, if it requires routine maintenance, et cetera. If it's something like water that could bring in revenue, here's a revenue impact. Leverage them to find out what the impact of the budget would be going forward. And yeah, I agree. I think larger ticket items should definitely be looked at for grant consideration. And then there's the small ones like playground equipment and other things that matter. But I think we can figure that out without having to take up a ton of time at these meetings, because I can see why she would be frustrated. I mean, those meetings were contentious.
Right, and what happened was, it doesn't matter who was right and who was wrong on that issue, even though I think the administrator was 100% in his right to do that, but that's irrelevant. That's our problem. We made our problem her problem, and instead of just us handling our problem, we brought her in, and she became the focus of the animosity going on over the issue. And she got very frustrated by that, and she doesn't want any part of it now. And that was the reason. Originally, I put the article in there so we can say, okay, let's go forward. Listen to this great article. Let's get this girl on board. And then since I did that, then she sent a letter to me saying that not thank you, but no thank you. That was the reason why I brought it up. And as far as her charging Cumberland $4 million and us $5 million, I have a very tiny business, but I charge my older customers a lot less, not a lot, but less than I charge brand new customers until they become a new customer. And until they become an old customer, then they start to get the good prices. So that's it. I'm sure there was a lot of that going on.
Counselor, you know, you've forgotten more than I know, but it's 4,000 and 5,000.
What did I say?
4 million.
Oh, did I really? Okay.
You've forgotten more than I know. I just.
No. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't even agree to pay to that one, no.
You'd say no.
All right. What? Yeah. Mhm.
Please.
So Doug, I appreciate you bringing in the budget committee. We don't have the expertise necessarily to know a lot of the things that you kind of mentioned there, but we could, other departments could weigh in on their needs and that kind of thing. One thing I would say when it comes to the cost of the grant writer, if people think that this person's just writing a grant and throwing it out there in the world and then that their job is done, I don't think that's what I don't believe that's what she would have been doing. Just knowing something is, I've written grants myself. The grant, then you get the grant, then you have to administer that grant, and you have to account for all of the costs under that grant in accordance with the grant. So if she is doing grant writing and administration, that's a bargain. I don't know if she's doing administration or where that would go, but that's something else that we need to think about is who's actually going to administer the costs under the grant. And so when, Paul, you're bringing up these large like government grants and things like that, that's a grant administrator is going to have to be something that will be considered. And it might be part of Anthony's job, but it's going to be significant.
I think we're going to have a sidebar. Hold on.
Okay. The other thing, though, the school department was very eye-opening to me to get that list from Jim Lombardi of the $2.9 million in capital requests that they had. Because we got from the school department a much shorter list than that. We had no idea there were all these other things that are kind of looming down in the next 5 years or so. So I think a study of all departments in town that have these looming costs, capital costs coming, would be something that would be helpful just to start with. Not just the small wish list kind of things, but large capital expenditures. And I know the roads are going to always be a large expenditure. So that's something right there that could be looked into as well.
So, Budget Chair, just in the RFP, it was very specific to administrate the grant, to do cost. It was all outlined in there. So,
yeah, so if
that's the hard part. You're right.
That is the hard part. So $5,000 a month is it's a good deal for that.
Any other discussion on this item? Next item, just. Yeah, we're not,
Okay.
no.
That's okay.
All right, discussion by council vote or other action on amendment to section 6-4 of North Smithfield Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Article 1, entitled Purchasing and Competitive Bidding Procedure. First reading, Mr. Ogier.
Yeah, so I talked about this talk about Groundhog's Day. When we were talking about the purchasing agreement a while back, I asked the solicitor just to make 2 small changes. I think he made 3. The first was if the amount of the procurement is in excess of $2,500, but no more than $5,000, then a minimum of 3 verified and recorded telephone bids shall be solicited, and an award will be made on the basis thereof. He cleaned up the language on item B under advertising and bidding, where it did say not to exceed an aggregate amount of $5,000 as adjusted by CPI, but he changed it to the value of which is $5,000 as adjusted. So he just kind of cleaned that up a little bit. And then the last section, it's the last blue one, bullet 6 on awarding of a bid purchasing contract. It added in and qualified, since the town has control over this, what a responsible bidder would be. And, the responsible bidder In determining responsible bidder or responsible offer, in addition to price and responsiveness, the following factors may be considered: the ability, capacity, and skill of the bidder or offerer to perform the contract or provide the service, whether the bidder or offerer can perform or provide the service promptly or within the time specified without delay, the character, integrity, reputation, judgment, experience, and efficiency of the bidder or offerer, the quality of performance of previous contracts or services, previous and existing compliance by the bidder or offerer with laws and ordinances relating, the sufficiency of the financial resources and the ability of the bidder or offerer to perform the contract, the quality and availability and adaptability of supplies or contractual services to the particular use, the ability of the bidder or offerer to provide future maintenance and service for the use, and then the number and scope of conditions attached to the bid. So, I've seen other communities have these, one of which was Lincoln. I thought it made a lot of sense that we kind of add a little further clarity around it. I think we probably do most of this stuff anyways, but it makes sense to add it into the ordinance. And I know we're going through municipal code updates. When those are done, I think it may be good practice for us to look at these types of ordinances that kind of mirror state law and clean them up so they're easier to read and follow and, track. But those are just the small changes that I had asked to make.
So this is as the first reading?
Just first reading, and then we would set it down for a public hearing, and you could set it down for a second meeting on the same day. I would ask you that you not do it on the 12th.
Yes.
I won't be here, so do it I would ask you to do at least 4 weeks from now,
Okay.
if you can. But obviously, if there's any comments about this.
So that would be the second meeting in July? Because we don't usually do in the first week, right?
I don't think so.
What's the next one?
The 17th of July.
Yeah, we could do that.
Doug, it seems some of these, what you have put in here is a solution looking for a problem. Excuse me if I say this, but it seems like there's really an attempt here to clip the administrator's wings, like over the whole $5,000.
Oh, no, not at all. No, so I think the administrator even admitted during the meeting that, he usually goes out and gets 3 bids, 3 phone calls or something. I think.
No, I said I attempt.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, because I want to bring up that point. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry
it's
to
not-
interrupt.
Okay, I'll let you go first.
Okay, so the first big paragraph that starts pursuant to RI General Law 4555 in blue, if the amount of the procurement is in excess of $2,500 but no more than $5,000, a minimum of 3 verified and recorded telephone bids shall be solicited and award made on the basis thereof. It's not always possible to get 3 bids. People don't, we're gonna rely on phone calls, why not throw in email attempts as well?
Yeah, it could be.
Put a timeline on it, because sometimes we can't wait for people to get back to us. So I think for efficiency, you've got to have the faith in whomever the town administrator is to go out and to purchase supplies if needed. I don't know what a truck tire costs, but it's gotta be expensive.
So, Mr. Administrator, I think you're confusing emergency purchases, right? I think emergency, something in that instance where it's, I need to get it now, could probably be carved out different, and maybe we need to carve out differently.
Well-
I think you bring up a good point. Technology changes, so maybe telephone calls is obsolete, maybe email or other technology matters. And, it can be as amenable to the attempt, right? If you went out and you tried and nobody came back, I agree. I think timelines make sense as well.
It's a simple thing, not this one up here, but you got a digital light projector upstairs that the Budget Committee's been using. It's ancient.
Yeah.
They're fairly inexpensive, below $2,500. But if something were $2,500, I just think that you are hamstringing whomever the town administrator is by saying, verify 3 phone calls, 3 bids. So, that's a small purchase of regulations. I don't see where it says emergency in this, Councilman. In that paragraph, I don't see where it says the word emergency.
So-
It's talking about purchasing itself.
So under purchasing, yeah, the emergency method, in case of the public emergency because of accident, injury, or cause requiring immediate action, the proper officers of the department in charge may, with the approval of the town administrator and the town council president, cause any necessary repairs to be made to any heating, plumbing, lighting, fire, or waterwork apparatus, or public drain or sewer, unrestricted by provision of this section, and then sole proprietors also treated separately as well. So I think this is just kind of like basic things, like, regular routine purchases. Like I used a lawnmower example, right? If you're gonna go and buy a lawnmower and one was $4,000, you're gonna think, $4,000 for a lawnmower? Let me go price around, because I saw at Home Depot they're $2,000. So I go to Home Depot, I find it, and I'm like, oh, well, Ace, or Leeway has it for $1,000, right? So it's just putting in, just to kind of highlight, that's the example I'm
How
using,
about
but
documented pricing?
I'm
So what you just-
I'm amendable to the
So
language,
what you just
right?
explained there would be documentable pricing. You went to Lowe's this day, who's gonna do this running around? If you wanna look at their flyers electronically online, if that item is being offered.
I'm amendable to the language. I just think it's good practice that we set a standard for whoever's in the administrator role, that, at least we're making the attempt, just like we all do with routine maintenance around our houses, et cetera. And, other communities have it, and I could see where you're coming from, John, and it's not meant to hamstring or cut the wings, is that what you said?
Clip his wings.
Clip his wings. It's just to kind of make sure that, we're doing these things anyways. We should just, make sure that the ordinance kind of reflects what we're doing. Just, to, not taking the first quote that comes out, that's all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's all it really is meant for.
So just a side note, I'm trying to put in an air conditioner in my house. I have 5 quotes.
Yeah, see, so
It'll be August
you
before-
already practiced in it.
It'll be August.
So I can work with the solicitor to change the language.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
I'll send a copy to you to make sure that it looks
Thank you.
good.
So do we want to move forward? Are we going to,
What I can do, Madam President, and members of the council, Mr. Administrator, we can schedule this for a second reading and the public hearing, and during the public hearing portion, we can present the new language, which obviously we're gonna submit in advance.
Right, yeah.
I just took some notes, and I've been playing with the language. If that's the only issue, I'm sure there's an easy compromise.
Yeah, we can find a compromise.
all right, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the first reading and to schedule the meeting and public hearing for July 17th.
Second?
That's a public hearing and the second reading, right?
Yeah, a second reading too.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
No.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Yes. Last item is open forum for agenda items only. Anyone like to speak? Mr. Clifford?
I just have a question on the conservation easement, and I guess it would be for Mr. Igliozzi. Who controls the conservation easement on the property that you're discussing? Who would, by the conservation easement, be in control of that? The town or the trust?
It's a recorded easement that would be enforceable by the trust. I believe it's and I don't have a copy.
Well, does
of
it
for-
name them as the,
Say again?
does it name the trust that is in control?
It's actually, it's the town property, so it's subject to town control.
Okay,
Yeah.
then that's
Yeah.
absolutely, I think, meaningless, because an easement of conservation can be, or correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Igliozzi, but when I put the land from my parents' estate into a conservation easement through DEM, the Agricultural Land Preservation Commission, and the U.S. federal government, Department of Agriculture, control whether or not that agreement can ever be amended. If the town is the party named in the control of that amendment, can't the town council at some point in time sign off on, and so I don't understand how it becomes something in perpetuity, because any council can just nullify it. There should have been 2 parties, not just the town council, that control the easement.
Well,
Does anybody understand what I'm
I do,
saying?
and that's why I asked if an ordinance would be more effective than a resolution.
It's not even an ordinance, it's in
Fair
the
point.
wording.
Fair point. But if you read the resolution, it's a resolution pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4536.31-3, which is a state law that says towns can dedicate land into trust in perpetuity if they vote, and then it becomes in perpetuity by state law. So it's
And
a
the
town
can never
action.
reverse its position.
They can't reverse it. It's a town action under state authority that gets recorded against the land in perpetuity. So this is gonna get recorded against the land in
Yeah,
perpetuity.
I know,
That's
mine
it.
is too, but I wanted to make sure that it was concrete, and that the rights who I sold the land to wouldn't be able to do anything other than that with it.
I
And
can only refer
that's
you
what I
to,
was-
I'd
that's
be
what-
happy,
how it
I
was
can
explained to
only
me.
refer you to the act.
But
the
let me
general.
ask you this, when you were discussing the conservation easement that's on the property of the Gold family, I thought there was a discussion that said the council could nullify that.
It's a different, again, we're talking apples and oranges.
Okay,
right? We're
I'm
talking about
missing
a
how it's done now.
dedication of public trust here under the specific state law. I don't believe that was the case there. That was a dedication by Mr. Gold as a, and I'm going by memory, with a dedication by Mr. Gold in order to get certain approvals historically. I'm going by memory. But it was, the town had no, it wasn't a town dedication. The town didn't own the land. This is a town-owned land that's dedicating it pursuant to state law. I don't want to confuse this with a different piece of property. It's got nothing to do with someone else who privately dedicates land. If someone else dedicates the land, and that was an agreement between the landowner and the town, and the landowner and the town can undo it.
Right.
This is not that. This is the town putting a lien, a permanent perpetual easement on their land pursuant to state law, and state law says once you do it, you can't undo it.
Okay.
Two different
Okay.
things, apples, oranges.
All right,
I don't
so
mean
they
to be
can never-
disrespectful.
No
Apples and
future
oranges.
council can do that.
No future council can undo
Okay.
this one.
All right.
The one we're talking about tonight.
Right, okay.
They can certainly undo any agreement they have with any property owner where they took any, a conservation easement.
Okay.
Okay,
Because
Thanks.
that's a contract between two parties. That's not what this is.
all right,
Okay.
thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
I want to take one other
No, but
thing.
that's, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, Mr.
Yeah, I know,
Cliff.
thanks. Two other issues. The depreciation of the tangibles. I'm hard pressed to understand the business manager's viewpoint that it will stay level. It was an anomaly that one of our tangible taxpayers invested so much over a short period of years. And I think when I spoke to you about this before, I suggested that in the past, before that happened, with the small changes in tangibles, it did used to balance out. But you are going to be losing 70% of the value of everything that National Grid has put in. So unless they have those new projects coming online to compensate for that, I don't think you're gonna find any other taxpayer in the town that's gonna have anything of that magnitude to cover. And I'd suggest you could even, maybe you could even call National Grid and ask them in your conversation, could they provide you with a schedule of their tangibles and what the depreciation will be for each of the life of each asset. And I think they probably already have that built into their 5-year forecast or long-term plan. But we're naive if we're thinking this isn't gonna be a substantial number and that it's gonna level out somehow. Lastly, with respect to the grant writer and the discussion, I think, when I first heard about the grant writer and everything, I heard St. Paul Street water line, and I'm thinking, St. Paul Street water line? I never remember hearing any big discussions about St. Paul Street water line. Why is that all of a sudden here? And I also remember thinking to myself, well, what about the other parts of the town who have lead in their pipes? Like, Union Village. Union Village, it's been well publicized that there have been problems in the Union Village area with Tom Ward's aunt's house on I forget the Union Village street that it was on, but, are they gonna is Woonsocket gonna be replacing all the lead pipes in that section of the town? Have they agreed to that? Do they have that in their plan? Or who is gonna do that if they're not? So I just thought that's why it's necessary to have a conversation about something that you're applying for a grant for, so that you can get input from other stakeholders. I mean, maybe the people on St. Paul Street don't even want the water line, I don't know. But I know that I want the lead pipes taken out of Union Village, because that's a real health hazard. So why wasn't that, how did that decision become, one or the other and not townwide? Why, we're extending a line, but we're leaving the lead pipes in the other section of the line? Or have you had a conversation with Woonsocket where they've told you they're gonna take care of all the lead in the Union Village lines? 'Cause
They took care of the gas, maybe lead will be the next time, lead in the pipes.
do we
But they're
know?
the ones that decide and include the ones.
Well, I'm
that are on
asking the
there.
administrator if he's had a conversation with Woonsocket. Will they take care of the Union Village lines?
I've had that conversation.
Well, I don't know that you have to
That's something new.
I don't know that you need to answer that question.
No.
That's just my thought.
I don't mind answering it. I've had that conversation.
Yeah.
He's wrong.
No.
Are
I
they
know.
doing it?
No, Woonsocket will not pay any money to improve our infrastructure. That's
So-
their position. That's their position.
So who's gonna bear the bill for removing that lead piping that's required?
Well, I mentioned to Paulette at the inauguration that this is gonna be the number one problem, was gonna be Union Village that we should deal with. And we need a grant writer. We need a grant writer to
Well,
get,
that-
we need millions of dollars to replace those pipes. Because as Paul Vadney pointed out to me one time, once you fix the pipes in the road, the people's houses, the pipes that they have aren't set up for all that pressure. Then once you start letting that pressure go into those lines, then all those houses, those lines could end up blowing. So it's a
Well-
big problem.
Yeah, but, I mean, from a resident standpoint, I'm hearing that we're gonna expand a line, but we're not gonna, well, now I'm finding out, Woonsocket isn't gonna do it. You said they won't,
They're
so
not gonna.
my question is, why aren't we focusing on that then?
Well, I don't think one has anything to do with the other.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Vadney?
Kind of to tie into your grant writer, I'm listening to all the questions between the budget committee and the council, and you're looking for these 5-year plans, 10-year plans. You have an asset management commission by charter that's supposed to be doing this work. You need to utilize them. It's that simple. They already started doing the process. The leaders in town need to get on board with them and finish these plans, and then you'll have 5-year plans on how to do water lines, buildings, maintenance, and whatnot. That's what they were formed for. I don't know if you're utilizing them or not. I don't even know if they're still active right now. don't
I
know
was
if they
on
have-
the
I don't
Asset
know if you
Management
have a
Commission.
quorum.
We met a
I don't
few
even know if you
times.
have a quorum
That
right
was
now
it.
with that
They
board.
don't.
But it's something that by charter you have to have. It's not a thing that, oh, you can have it. No, you have to have it by charter. They're the board that's supposed to weigh in on your capital plan. They didn't, did they?
Well, if-
That's
if
the
they're not-
board,
if they're
that's
not
the
up
board
and
that weighs in
working,
on your capital
yeah.
plan, and then you would have 5-year plans for this, so.
Yeah, that
Just
was.
something for you to look into and maybe make sure that it's
Paul
running and
Woodstrom
going
and a couple
forward.
other people.
But do they?
Because that will tie in, then you will see, you'll have that plan, and then you can say, yes, we need to do this. Are there grants available? But the whole big thing of, you really need to make that determination, are we gonna do this? If a grant comes in, that's great, but you've got to make that commitment to do the work too,
I think we need
whether
to
the grant
focus-
comes
yeah.
or not.
We
And
need
so
to
that's,
focus on getting that committee up and running.
right. So that's all I got on the grant thing. That's what I wanted to add, that you have a committee by charter that should be doing a lot of this planning for you, both for sewer, water, and the town, so. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in open forum? Okay. Executive session.
A lot of words again.
I know. It's gonna be like 10 minutes reading this. A, discussion by council vote or other action pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A, 2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation. 1, Rhode Island Superior Court, case PC 2022-00446, Bel Air Realty, excuse me, Mike. Bel Air Realty LLC, Anthony J. Delvacario versus Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Robert Najarian in his capacity as Chairman of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Scott Martin in his capacity of Vice Chairman of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Paul Pasquarello in his capacity as a member of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Michael Amalfitano in his capacity as a member of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Gail Denomi in her capacity as a member of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review, Cynthia De Jesus in her capacity as Town Treasurer for the Town of North Smithfield, Town of North Smithfield as a municipal entity, case number PC 2022-00446. 2, collective bargaining, revised changes for the recording clerk's job description / pay and memorandum of understanding with Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME AFL-CIO on behalf of Local 937. A revised / corrected adoption of memorandum of understanding with Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME AFL-CIO on behalf of Local 937, removing the position / job description pay for the existing position entitled Recording Clerk and creating a new position / job description pay for a new position entitled Clerical / Financial Specialist. B, revised / corrected approval in ratification of amendment to agreement between the Town of North Smithfield and Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME AFL-CIO on behalf of the North Smithfield Town Employees Local 937, July 1st, 2021 to July 30th, 2024, removing the position / job description / pay for the existing position entitled Recording Clerk and creating a new position / job description / pay for a new position entitled Clerical / Financial Specialist. C, Dominic Pratt versus Town of North Smithfield, Superior Court Case PC 2013-4527, in Mark Morris versus Town of North Smithfield, Superior Court Case Number PC 2013-4528. 4, potential litigation regarding the town retirement funds. 5, potential litigation. B, discussion by council vote or other action pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 46-5A5, any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or of the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the interests of the public. And A, discussion, vote, or other action on the acquisition of real property for public purposes. That's executive session. Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to move into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes, yes.
Ms.
I'm
Hamilton.
sorry. I was just wondering
Yes.
if Larry, why Larry.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we reconvene into open session. Let the record reflect that 6 votes were taken, 1 to extend the meeting, and to seal the minutes.
Second?
Finally.
We have a motion, a second, roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Ms. Zohara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Do you want me just to make it?
Mhm.
Okay. Under discussion by council voter, the action on item 1, I make a motion to approve the revised corrected adoption of memorandum of understanding with RI Council 94 AFSCME AFL-CIO on behalf of Local 937, removing position job description pay for the existing entitled recording clerk and creating a new position job description pay for a new position entitled clerical financial specialist.
Second?
Motion and a second, roll call, please?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. Zohara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
And then I make a motion to approve I make a motion to approve and ratify of amendment to agreement between the town of North Smithfield and Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME AFL-CIO on behalf of the North Smithfield Town Employees Local 937, July 1st, 2021, 2021, right? 2021 to June 30th, 2024, removing position job description pay for the existing position entitled recording clerk and creating a new position job description pay for a new position entitled clerical financial specialist.
Second?
We have a motion and a second, roll call, please?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. Zohara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
And then I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.